Good morning, Aryabhata Samsir. Am I audible, sir?
Hello? There is none, then like to
Hello, Bindu Sharma ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, Bindu Sama ma'am. Good morning, Aryabhata Sahu sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but your voice is very low. So can you please increase the volume of
Yeah.
microphone?
Yeah.
Now it is audible. Thank you. So now number of participants is around 48. Should we wait 1 or 2 minutes?
No problem. We'll wait.
So the number of participants is around 60 and it is continuously increasing. We can start maybe because already 10:06. So people may be joining one after another. So let's start. Uh, welcome to the 7th day of our FTP on research methodology. So we are really grateful today. We have Srimati Bindu Sharma. So from IoT, what is this? Origin IP. This is from Origin IP, CEO and co-founder of Origin IP. And today she will discuss about and talk about scientific and effective communication of research finding, to particularly how to commercialize the things, how to commercialize and how to create industry out of that, or how to sell to industry, and what is the impact of society, and identifying the patentability. So how can patent and earn money, and how to protect IPR based and on these related topics. She will explain, and this talk will be necessarily it will be very good talk because it's a kind of we do research, but we generally go for publishing and for uh, particularly publications, but we don't think about commercialization, how to impact to society, and how industry can be derived from the research work, and how to means what I can say, particularly organize the things, communicate the things, and explain to others so that it can be either for publications or commercializations as patents. So she will explain these things. So again, welcome, Bindu madam. So let me hand over to you. So please take over.
Thank you very much for the nice. Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and a very good morning to all the participants. So I see that there are very brilliant topics that you have already covered, and this is a good, program to be focused on how to research, what to research, and how to standardize your methodology to perform search. So in this talk, I will be talking specifically about, when you do research, how can the patents help you? I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, visible.
Visible. Okay. So in this presentation, I'll explain to you how you can, make use of your research methodology and to create some innovations that can be used later on to have, better commercialization aspects. Okay, so here we start. So the topic is role of patents in research to create valuable outcome. So using the information which is available in the form of patents, you can do two things with this. One is you can use this knowledge to refine or fine tune your own innovation. And second is you can also make sure that, what IP you create out of your research is valuable and it is sellable in the market. So today is World International IP Day. So this is a good day to have this talk today. And the theme for this this year is IP and Youth Innovating for Better Future. So every year, World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, they give a particular theme to the International IP Day. So this event is started by WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, and it started in the year 2000. And the purpose of announcing World IP Day is to raise awareness on how patents, copyright, trademarks, and design they impact our daily life, and to celebrate creativity and the contributions made by creators and innovators to the development of societies across the globe. And lots of events they happen in various patent offices on this particular day. So 26th April specifically was chosen to be the World Intellectual Property Day because it coincides with the date on which the convention establishing World Intellectual Property Organization entered into force in the year 1970. So, so this is a good day to have a talk on IP, and I hope you are benefited with this talk. So, as you all know very well, that prior art search or review of literature is a very critical step before you start your research. Because before you do your work, you need to understand what others have done so that you do not waste your time and resources in reinventing the wheel, but you take the known knowledge as a starting point, and from there you do your further research. So prior art search is very important part of any research to give you broad idea about the experiences others had, failure, success of others. Okay, so if you do not do your prior art search well, then you may perform a piece of research which has already been done by others. So in order to complete your prior art search or review of literature, earlier people used to only look into the research papers. Research paper, even today, it's a very, very valuable piece of information, and research papers definitely need to be checked and reviewed properly as a part of your review of literature. Apart from this, you must also check the available products. Why I say available products is like, there may be valuable products in the market for which there is no research paper or there is no patent filed. So, but those products form part of existing knowledge. So, searching available products and then comparing it with your research and there are good products in the market, but for which patent was never filed. So similarly, for such products, there may or may not be any research paper that is filed, but available knowledge is again a valuable prior art which must be taken into consideration. Then comes patents. when you do your research, you know, when you do your review of literature, apart from research papers, you must also perform a search in the patent databases. So every country, it has its own published patent database. Like India has its own database, US and all. So, but there are some databases which are compilation of the work. Like, you know, they take published patent data from various patent offices, and it is like consolidated database. So that becomes easy for you to perform a patent search, because then you don't have to go to each and every patent office separately. You can perform search in one single database, and you are good, you know, with respect to all other databases. So patent search should be performed as a part of review of literature to take stock of what others have done. And this gives you good guidance and direction with respect to your own research. Now, why patents are important? Because patents, once they are published, they form part of prior art. So, you know, in case you want to, while doing your research, you came out with very interesting investigation, and finally you developed some product. So that time you have to perform patent search to find out what others have already done. But if you do this prior art search as a part of your research right in the beginning, then that will prevent you from a big disaster of replicating the same product again. So if you do your prior art search before your research starts, then you will be able to create a you know, unique product which is novel in nature. And patents are a great source of technical information, because, you know, when a patent specification is drafted, it is very important to explain the best mode of working the invention. And if you see, if you have seen any patent, a patent, you know, then you will see that there are lots of examples given. There is good amount of experimental data which forms part of a patent. And then there are claims which indicate to you what the inventor is claiming end of the day. So altogether, this makes a patent a very important document as a source of technical information. And patents are authentic. When I say authentic, it means that, you know, after patent application is filed, it is not granted till the time it is examined by the examiner. So when the examiner examines the application, he checks each and every aspect of the invention. So you will not believe that, you know, if there is some invention, and if you have missed one step you have missed in the experiment part of it, the examiner sitting in patent office is highly qualified. They are first class gazetted officers. So they are either, you know, postgraduates or PhDs in their subject. So even if one step is missing, they can find out. Okay, so that makes patent process very authentic, because it passes through certain filters, and then the patent is granted. So because it is a good source of technical information, it can give you various ideas. And also patents are, you can access patents granted across the globe. So it is possible, there are some paid databases wherein you can access the patents which are granted in any part of the world, and you can even get the English translation of the patents which are filed as non-English. If you have any doubts, you want to ask something, you can keep putting in the chat box. We'll take questions at the end of the session. So I'm supposed to finish at 11:30, but I'll finish by 11:15 so that we can spend some 10-15 minutes in the discussion. So patents are important for a researcher, because in the beginning, patents are important because you can consider them prior art, and you know, design your research accordingly. Second important part where patents are relevant for you is after finishing your research, if you feel that you have come up with any novel studies, novel product, then you can always think of filing a patent application for your research. So one is like to scrutinize your research, and second is to protect outcome of your research. So patent is one of the best ways to protect outcome of your research, and unlike paper publications, gives you certain the patents give you certain set of rights, and then if somebody has to use your patented work, they have to seek your permission. So compared to a paper publication where you just disclose your work and you don't get anything in return except recognition, but filing for patents can be a good source of revenue provided your innovation is good and there is demand in the market for such innovation. Now, how do you know that your idea is novel when you do review of literature and come up with final outline of your final outline of your research? Then it is important to find out whether your idea is novel or not. So as I told you that every patent office has a patent database wherein you can perform a patent search and find out whether your idea is novel or not. So we have Indian Patent Office wherein you can see all published and granted patents in India. Then is eSpaceNet. eSpaceNet is also maintained by European Patent Office, and it is a very big database, and it has a good number of patents from various jurisdictions. Google now has a searchable database wherein they search the patents, and you see the checkbox here. If you see the checkbox here, it also indicates that there is option to search non-patent literature as well. So in Google, you have to be very specific with the kind of keywords that you are using, because otherwise you will end up getting a large number of patents, and screening will be very difficult. So you have to be specific while using the keywords and the limitations. Okay, but otherwise Google is very popular kind of database. So your initial research can be done by using Google Patents, but once you fine tune your idea, then I would recommend that you must go for some paid databases so that your search outcome is limited and you are able to screen through the patents properly. Then US Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO, very popular platform to perform patent searches. And US anyways is a very desired jurisdiction for people to file for patents. So here also USPT also you can do your patent search. And then is WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. So WIPO has a database called as Patent Scope. And in Patent Scope, you can perform a patent search and you get to see all international applications that are filed by rest of the world. So World Intellectual Property Organization is an organization which enables companies or individual inventors to file application internationally. So whatever applications are filed internationally, they maintain the database of those applications, and all those applications can be seen in a World Intellectual Property Organization database called as Patent Scope. So these 5 databases are good enough for you to start your initial search on patents, and if you are looking for more advanced search, then you might probably need access to some paid databases. But to start with, these 5 sites are more than enough. Now, looking at history of patents in India, so before independence, we had combined Patent and Design Act. But after independence, then we had proper Patent Act in the year 1970. But before that, I think in India, we had lots of other issues before independence, and patent law was not at all a priority. So, but after independence, we had Indian Patents Act 1970, and this was amended a couple of times. And in 2000, in the year 2005, our Patent Act got compliant with the TRIPS agreement. And now we can proudly say that the kind of laws we have in the country, they are at par with the laws that any developed country has as of now. Okay, so there are lots of reforms that have happened. Like if you see in India now, patent filing is online. We have more number of examiners. There are so many facilities given to the startups, and the time taken for patent grant has also shortened. So now you can expect your patent to be granted in 2.5 to 3 years, which earlier was 5 to 6 years. So lots of reforms are happening in India. So why to file for patent, not publication? So both are good. I'm not against paper publication, but if the innovation has good market potential, you can file for a patent and then publish it. Okay, so nobody stops you from making a publication. So, but the thing is, if your invention has commercial potential and you feel that a patent will help you, then you file for a patent and then publish it. So nobody will stop you from publication after the patent application has been filed. So why we file patents? We file patents to protect innovations and to have competitive edge in the market. So suppose tomorrow you get to know that your organization filed some patents and one of the patent was licensed by Google. So it is something to be felt proud of. So for the organizations, it helps in branding because you can brand your organization. Like IITs are known to have good number of patents being filed. So you can always brand it use patents for branding your organization. So, and if you are able to commercialize your invention, then it could be a good source of revenue in due course of time. And as you know, if your institution has some startups or you're planning to have your own startup, then your investment becomes easy if you have patents in place. And yeah, and one of the most critical thing when it comes to disclosure of your invention is like, you tell your invention to somebody and it becomes like a very risky affair because the other person may disclose it to somebody else. So when there is a good business idea or good product, inventor is always hesitant to talk about it because, the moment it is disclosed to the investor, the risk comes that it should not leak or it should not be made public. So this kind of disclosure becomes very safe and very less risky if the patent application is filed, because after filing for a patent, you can disclose your invention to others because you already have priority date or date of filing with you. The moment you file your patent application, you get a receipt of filing application. Okay, and you get date and time of filing application. So your rights start from the date and time when your application was first filed. So after filing your application, you can disclose it to others, but I will not recommend you to disclose it fully, but yeah, broadly you can disclose. So then disclosure becomes easy. There are three things which are required to get a patent. The first requirement is that the invention, so here we'll say that your research outcome has to be novel. How we can check whether it's novel or not is like you perform a patent search. I told you around 5 databases, and then check whether it is novel or not. The first search can be done in Google Patents to find out novelty of your invention. If the invention is novel, you can move on to the next step and see whether invention is inventive or not. So invention is, you cannot patent something wherein you just combine your television, you combine your TV with water bottle. So it becomes a novel combination. So because, if you just combine two existing products, that does not make it in patentable invention. So in order to get a patent, there has to be inventive step in the invention. So just compilation of existing products or making some mere modifications is not enough for you to get a patent on it. So the third requirement to get a patent is that there has to be industrial application in the innovation, because if there is no industrial application, then it is very difficult to get a patent, because the main purpose of having the patent law is to boost industrial development, and industry should be able to make use of these patents. So if there is no industrial application in your invention, then you may not get a patent. But I have seen that most of the innovations for which patents are filed, they have industrial application. So industrial application is not a problem to get a patent. So most of the inventions, they get stuck in inventive step. They lack inventive step, and they are not able to prove to the controller that the invention lacks inventive step, and that's how, sometimes patents are denied. Now coming to the novelty. So as I told you, that you can assume your invention to be novel if by checking in patent databases, you don't get a similar hit. So you can just devise some relevant keywords, perform a search, pull the patents which you find and compare it with your invention. And if you don't get any patent close to your invention, then you can assume that your innovation is novel. So even if there is a close prior art, you must know how to bypass it. And we were talking about the paper publication and filing for a patent. Then I must tell you that you should, if you are planning to file for a patent, you should never publish your work. You should always file for a patent and then publish your work, because even though you are inventor, you own your invention, but your own disclosure can stop you from getting a patent. And there is a nice case study, Fomento versus Mentore. So what they did was, like, they invented improved nib for ballpoint pen, and this invention enabled continuous and uniform flow of ink. So patent holder, they made the product, sold the product in the market, and product did very well. And after that, they thought that since the product is so good, they should file for a patent also. So when they filed for a patent, the examiner found this invention to be lacking in novelty. So they argued in the court of law, saying that it is their invention, they have disclosed, they have marketed. Now they want to file for a patent, so they cannot be denied a patent rights over it. But then the examiner said that your own invention can stop you from getting a patent. So it's very important that your invention is novel. There is no disclosure about your invention anywhere in the world till the time your application is filed. So most important takeaway is, like, never publish or make public disclosure of your invention before filing for a patent application. After filing for a patent, you can definitely make a paper publication. There is nothing wrong with it, but not before filing a patent application. Because if you publish your paper and then file for a patent, then your own publication will act as a prior art, and it will stop you from getting a patent. Second requirement to get a patent is it should have inventive step. Okay. Inventive step is one of the most critical requirements, and most of the patents, they get stuck due to lack of inventive step. So inventive step means that there has to be economic significance, or there has to be technical advancement. So you just cannot combine 2 or 3 devices and come up with a new device. So there has to be much more in the invention. So your invention should take technology one step ahead. And that's how, inventive step is one of the most critical requirements to get a patent. Now, novelty is not enough to get a patent till the time there is inventive step and till the time there is industrial application. Now, this is a very beautiful innovation. You see here, Indian women, they have been found to have iodine deficiency. And now, if we take iodine deficiency as a problem, there are various ways to overcome this problem. You can make injections, you can make tablets, you can add iodine as a part of salt or rice. So there could be various solutions to this particular problem of iodine deficiency. But in this particular invention, what has been done is the inventor has put a layer of iodine underneath a bindi. Okay, so ladies who wear bindi, and they just put this bindi or patch. It is nothing but transdermal patch on the forehead, and automatically the iodine requirement for the day is fulfilled. So this is called as life-saving dot. So very useful product. Now, foldable phone of Samsung, and I would also like to tell you that inventive step definition, the perception of inventive step may vary from person to person. I may find something inventive, but you may not find it inventive. So it is all dependent upon the kind of the way you perceive the invention. Like Samsung's latest foldable phone, some people may find it inventive, other may find it not inventive. So examiners usually have very tough time assessing inventive step in the invention. So that's why there are some parameters that have been designed. So if the invention is very far from the prior art, it can be assumed to have inventive step. If there is surprising effect in your invention, 2 plus 2 is 4, everyone knows. But if while doing your research you found some surprising effect, like 2 plus 2 comes out to be 6 in your case, then we can say that your invention has inventive step. If there is a long felt need, there are some areas where there is no solution. You take example of plastic degradation, waste management. So there is long felt need to have some concrete solution to these problems. Now, if somebody comes up with concrete solution to these problems, maybe we can say that there was a long felt need and this need has been fulfilled, and and then we can say that this invention uh, uh, is having inventive step. There are some areas of science where all others have failed. Lots of research happens, but all inventors they fail. But in such case, if somebody finds a solution or somebody gets success, then such inventor will get a patent without any doubt, because such invention will be considered to be having inventive step. If the product is commercially very successful, then getting patent becomes easier. If your invention is a cheaper, more economical product and it is simple and it gives good technical solution, then you can consider your invention a good product for filing a patent application. I'll just show this simple innovation to you. So this is a small video you can see. So we have seen ice trays in the houses, but it is very cumbersome to take out ice from the ice tray and then storing ice trays in the fridge. So this is a small video, and you see how beautifully this box of silicone, it's made of silicone, It not only makes ice, but also it serves as a serves as a container to store ice. I'm just playing it for you. So you can just open it, and there is a layer to fill in water. And just little squeeze, and all ice cubes, they come in the center. So it can be used to keep your soft drink or ice cream as well. Okay, I hope you like this. So usually, people feel that invention has to be very high technology in order to get a patent. But the fact is that most of the innovations in the world, they are based on very simple products, lots of kitchen products and household products, toys. So you don't have to have very high-end research to get a patent, but if something fulfills criteria of patentability, novelty, inventive step, and industrial use, there is no reason for examiner to deny patent on it. Now, if we talk about would you like to type in the chat box what is most powerful invention of the world according to you? Would you like to put in the chat box what is the most powerful invention in the world? Okay, I don't know whether chat is enabled or not. Okay. So most powerful invention rated is wheel. So wheel we are using since ages. But if you see that the purpose and functionality of the product remains same, it's only the change in material that we see. Okay, there are some answers in the chat box. Smita says atom bomb is most powerful. Rajesh Kumar says bicycle is most powerful. Yes, of course, they are. They are very powerful innovations. The nail is supposed to be a powerful invention. Compass, electricity, internet. I don't need to explain how powerful internet is. Wright brothers' first device that could fly, aircraft, was invented by Wright brothers. Then steam engine, printing press. Before printing press was invented, there was no way to make copies of the work, and there was no copyright law. Then comes electric bulb. This is also, who was inventor of electric bulb? Would you like to type? Who was inventor of electric bulb? So electric bulb is also one of the most powerful inventions in the world. Edison. Yeah, Edison was inventor of electric bulb. Thomas Alva Edison. Great. Then there is another product by NASA. So this product is called as Finder. So, when a couple of years ago, when there was an earthquake in Nepal, it was so difficult to get, people pulled when they were buried underneath. So this product Finder, it can sense a heartbeat of a person at a very low frequency also. So due to this product Finder, lots of lives were saved. So if you go through the site of NASA, they have exclusive technology transfer site, and there you can see that lots of very beautiful innovations they have been listed by NASA. So Finder is one of the good innovations that NASA has, and then this product was commercialized made available to the public to be used, and due to this particular product, lots of lives were saved in Nepal. This can detect heartbeat through 30 feet of rubble or 20 feet of solid concrete. So it is 20 feet and 30 feet is, I mean, it's too much, but still it can detect a heartbeat of a person. And using this product, lots of lives could have been saved. Now, when you decide to go for a patent, you must file it as soon as you can file, because patents are granted on first come first serve basis. So if you have plans to go for a patent, then you must file it at the earliest without any kind of delay. So there is one famous dispute, Alexander Graham Bell. So there was a 90, it is popularly called as 1876 telephone patent controversy. So in 1870, there were two inventors. One was Graham Bell, we know him well, and the second was Elisha Gray. So both of them, they independently designed a telephone kind of device, a device that can convert, transmit speech electrically. So there were two inventors who came up with more or less say a similar device, but both of them, they rushed to patent office to file their patent application. So now filing is online, but earlier it was like physical filing. So one had to go to patent office, file application and get receipt of filing. So both of them, they rushed to patent offices, but this Elisha Gray reached patent office little late. And in the meantime, Alexander Graham Bell, he had already filed his application. So he was granted a patent, because even if there is a difference of 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the patent will be granted to the person who filed first. So that's why filing at the earliest becomes very important, because if you delay it, then somebody else might file in the meantime and you may be denied the patent rights. And when patent application is filed in the patent office, they record it as 2 o'clock, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So they are very precise in recording your time of filing. Now, there are certain amount of precautions that have to be taken. First of all, you have to document your invention well. So you need to have standardized invention disclosure forms wherein the documentation of invention can be done. In the institutions or in the companies, there have to be right policies or processes. Ownership of the patented invention, ownership of the invention for which patent is to be filed should be defined very clearly in the beginning, because I've seen lots of cases wherein the disputes related to ownership of the patents, they come and later on they make everything very complex. So ownership has to be defined very clearly, and you have to maintain strict confidentiality of the invention before your patent application is filed. After filing your application and obtaining a priority date of filing, you can still have some liberty to disclose it. But till the time your application is filed, you have to maintain very strict confidentiality of your invention. Now, typically, true and first inventor should file application. But most of the times what happens that true and first inventor is working in an institution or in a company. In that case, true and first inventor has to assign his invention to the company or the institution, because the institution would have paid for the infrastructure, your laboratories. So you will assign your invention to the institution, and then institution will file a patent application on your behalf. So you become true and first inventor, but the university or the institution becomes applicant and retains all the rights with respect to the patent application. This was the first patent that was granted by Indian Patent Office, Pankha pulling machine, February 28th, 1856, and it was filed by Deepening, and he himself was a patent agent. Now you see the drawings that are given in this application. So they are handmade drawings, and even today you can submit handmade drawings to the patent office, and you can submit your application either in Hindi or English. There is no other regional or local language which is accepted by the patent office, so it has to be either Hindi or English. But most of the applications, they are filed in English only. So before you start your research, document your invention very well, assess novelty, and if your invention is worth going for a patent, then you can file your Indian patent application, and you can go for foreign filing if at all you want, because if foreign filing is expensive, so you must go for foreign filing only if it is really needed. Otherwise, there is no point maintaining and filing your patents in the countries where you are not going to use it. So most popular destinations, destination to file for a patent when it comes to Indian inventors is like they file in India, but they definitely go for US filing, because US filing comes with lots of advantages. So most preferred two destinations for Indians is India and US. So, but foreign filing is not mandatory. It is only if you want to file. So documentation has to be done. You have to in detail document what is novel in your invention, what is a technical difficulty for which you are going to find a solution, and how does your solution work. So these three are very, very important. Now, just to give you idea about what this lady is drinking. So she is holding in her hand a kind of pipe with multi layers of filters. So any water you drink through this pipe becomes a drinkable or potable water. So this, you see, is a very beautiful innovation specifically for developing countries. So this kind of innovation, they get a patent very easily. One of the most frequently asked question is, can an idea be patented? So answer is yes and no. So just idea is not enough to get a patent, because you cannot get a patent on something which is hypothetical. It should be executable, it should be workable, and you should be able to convert it into product. So it should work at actually end of the day. So just idea is not enough to get a patent, but it should be executable and it should not be any hypothetical idea. But if you have idea for which you plan to do research later on, but right now it is at the stage of idea, so you can always go for provisional application filing with idea, and later on, when you have complete data in place, product is a manufacture product is made, then you can go for complete application. So provisional application is a kind of application option that we have in India, wherein you can obtain date of filing or priority date by filing provisional application, and later within 12 months from your provisional application filing, you can file a complete application in India. Now, as I told you that there are three things which examiner would take into consideration before granting a patent to you. One is novelty, second is inventive step, and third is industrial application. So if these three conditions are fulfilled, then there is no reason for examiner to deny patent to you. And because of this, sometimes very funny patents, they get granted. So I'll just give you some examples. So one of the funny patents here is animal pad bed cover extension. So if you have pets in the house, and so you will like this product because there is a place for pet to sleep on the bed, and this is also like separate place. Okay, then we have another invention. Like if sometimes we do good work in life, but nobody appreciates us. So this is a good product for you if this is the case. This is self-congratulatory apparatus. So what this apparatus is made of wood, and you can just put this on your shoulder, and whenever you are feeling that you need to congratulate yourself, you can pull the string, and there is a hand kind of thing at the back, and it gives you feeling that somebody is patting you on your back. Then the another product we have is it's a kind of guard for mustache. So this was filed way back in 1976. I don't know if this is really workable to be used or not. Then we have animal ear protector. So if you have a pet in the house with long ears, so probably you need this device. So this device helps to protect ears of your pet. During lockdown, lots of weight gain by people. So if that is the case with you, you probably need anti-eating mask. So you can, whenever you have desire to eat, you can put mask, and you can see the lock also, and you can lock your mouth. Okay, and after the desire to eat has gone, you can remove it. So this is a device to reduce weight. So this was granted in 1982. Greenhouse helmet, it has some plants growing inside, and this is very interesting. If you have snake in the house as pet, then you can use this snake collar while taking your snake for morning walk. Okay, so this I always find this invention very interesting. Then there are diapers for birds. They are all patented products. Now, there is a list of inventions in India, and we don't get patents on them. So there are inventions which are not patentable, even though they fulfill the criteria of novelty, inventive step, and industrial use. They don't get a patent because the subject matter is such that it is not permitted to have patents in the territory of India. Let's have a very quick look over them. Now, frivolous inventions do not get patent. If the invention claims anything contrary to well-established natural laws, you don't get patents. Then inventions which are harmful for human life, plant life, animal life, environment, health, they don't get patent. So if I have operators to do pollution of to have better pollution of air or better pollution of water, soil, so that will not get a patent. Then device to murder a person, device to do theft in the house, device to have robbery in the bank. So these all are unethical products, so they don't get a patent. So mere discovery of scientific principles is not patentable. Then new use of known substance. If the product is already known and you have just found a new property of it, then you don't get a patent on it because you just found a new use. So this is like a discovery, not invention. So new use of known substance is not really patentable. Admixture, we just combine two products and there is no synergy between the two products. Such product will not get a patent. Now, arrangement and rearrangement of known devices. In the picture, umbrella is known, chair is known. So these are known devices. You have just arranged them in a particular fashion. So this does not become a patentable product. Lots of methods in agriculture and horticulture, they are not patentable, but devices used in agriculture and horticulture, they are definitely patentable. Computer program per se is not patentable till the time it has some association with the hardware. Then mathematical method, business method, algorithm, they are definitely not patentable in India. Plants and animal as a whole, you cannot patent. You cannot patent a dog, cow. So plants and animals as a whole, you cannot patent. So you cannot even patent a new variety of rice because we have a different legislation to protect new plant varieties. So literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work is not patentable. It can be protected under copyright law. Mere scheme, rule, method of performing mental act, or method of playing game, they are not patentable. Presentation of information, topography of integrated circuit, then traditional knowledge, they are not patentable. Then invention related to atomic energy is also not patentable in India. So if you want to file for a patent in India, first is you have to do a patent search. After that, you draft your patent specifications, file in India, and after filing in India, in case you want to go for any foreign filing, you should finish it off within 12 months of time. After filing in India, application gets published. After publication, it gets examined. And after examination, if everything is fine, patent is granted. And after grant, you have to pay renewal fee periodically to maintain your patent. These are very broad steps that I have, just given you for the purpose of demonstration here. Now, I can skip this. I'll come to this. Now, very important thing to be noted is anything that would not sell, I do not want to invent, because sale is proof of utility and utility is success. This is a very, very powerful statement given by Thomas Alva Edison, because uh, because patent should be filed for something that can be sold to a company, because patent requires a certain amount of investment, unlike paper publication. So there is a fees for if you are taking professional help from the companies like us, there is a fees to perform a patent search, there is a fees to file, draft your specifications, file, then reply to office sections and all. So overall, the process from filing till grant costs you. So no investment is complete without returns. So returns will come only when you have a patented invention which can be sold in the market. So, before filing for a patent, you must be very, very clear about why you want to file patent and what are you going to do after your application is filed. So you should patent the inventions only if they can be sold in the market and they have good market potential. Otherwise, patent filing can help you in terms of number of patents that you have filed. It can look good on your resume, but you will never make money out of such invention. So there are three popular ways. There may be other ways, but three popular ways by using which you can make money from your patent. Most common way is licensing. Once you have a patent granted, you license it to somebody. Okay. You can give rights to use your patented technology to somebody else, and then that somebody else will manufacture, market, sell the product, and maybe pay you back in terms of royalty. Royalty is a small amount of money which buyer of your technology will pay you from the revenue that he makes. So licensing is popular because in the licensing, patent holder just gives the license. He doesn't transfer the ownership. He just gives the license to the company to use his patented invention. Then, like, you can sell your house anytime when you have a house and you want some money, you can sell it off. So similarly, you can sell your patent also. And in case of patents, the process of selling of patents is called as assignment. So assignment is permanent transfer of rights, exactly the way we sell our other properties. And in the case of assignment, the patent holder also, transfers ownership of patent to the other party. And at times, both the parties, both buyer and seller of patent, they come together and they open another venture, and they can work on some joint ventures. So licensing, assignment, and joint venture is one of the most common ways by which the transfer of technology or commercialization of patents take place. So when you are assessing your new technology, so one must find out how much is value of the technology. Is it very important technology, or it is something which is already known and you have just done some modifications to make it look different? So if you take example of COVID-19 vaccination, so this vaccine, how it is novel, no doubt about it, because before 2019 COVID-19 vaccine did not exist because there was no need. So after COVID-19 vaccine suddenly became very important. So when you're planning to sell your technology, or when you're planning to sell your patent, it's very important to find out how valuable your technology is, because if your technology is valuable, it adds value to the consumers, then there will be lots of buyers for the technology. So you can find out value of your technology by comparing it with existing knowledge. So prior art search is one of the ways by which you can justify that your technology is much better than whatever is existing right now. Then there are some market research data which is available, by using which you can find out how your technology will perform in the market in due course of time, what is current market size and how market size is going to increase with time, and how much value your invention can add to the existing products. Just to give you one example, if I have come up with anti-cancer drug, but some different version of it, maybe nanoparticle version of it. So I know what is the market size of anti-cancer drug right now. So then I have to find out what value does my technology add to the existing products, and what is the market size. What is the market size, how many people are consuming, and how this product is behaving in the market. So by doing that, I can find out what is how much should be value of my own technology. And you will be surprised to know that touch screen was invented way back in 1960, even though this was a very good technology in 1960 also, but the market was not mature. So then we started using touchscreen only recently, in some time, 2010 or something. So sometimes technologies are good, but there are no takers during that particular period of time. Technical feasibility has to be checked, because nobody will buy your technology till the time he sees a prototype or running project, because the company which is going to invest money in your technology should see how good your technology is. So technical feasibility is something that you must work upon, make a prototype, have a pilot project, and have proper experimental data to be shared with the buyer to convince him that your technology is very good. Then, nobody buys a disputed land. So when people buy land or apartments, they get land verification done to ensure that there is no dispute, because, later on it troubles you. So similarly, it happens in the case of patents also. If the patented technology is disputed, that means uh, if I have to commercialize that particular technology, I also infringe some 4 or 5 other patents. So that has to be, this study is called as clearance search, because exactly the way people don't buy disputed land, companies don't venture into any IP which is not clear in nature. So clearance search should also be performed before selling your technology. So this gives some confidence to the buyer. Now, finding buyer is not a rocket science. After you have done your own homework and you have found a rough value of your technology, then you can start finding the buyers. And as an inventor, you must have fairly good idea about the companies that might be interested in your technology. So make a list of those companies, start contacting them. So you can contact them by LinkedIn or by email, phone call. And once some of the companies they show interest, then you can pursue discussions with them, meet them personally, and then finalize the deal with them. And this is how process of technology transfer is completed. Finally, agreement is executed, and like any other agreement, this technology transfer agreement also has some clauses. I will not go into too much of detail, but I'll just check this. I will just explain to you about the royalty. So royalty is the kind of money that you get from the company who buys your patent, and this royalty can come in parts or it can come in one shot. So it all depends upon how the discussions go on between the two parties. So I'll just give some examples. Now I have only examples left. So if you have questions, you can start putting them in chat box. We'll take them at the end of the session. So blood bag technology is a very brilliant example of technology transfer. Earlier, before we had blood bag technology, blood used to be carried in water bottles. So it was very cumbersome because water bottles, first they need to be sterilized, then filling blood in that. And transportation was difficult because many of them they will break in the process. And if sterilization is not done, then there was a risk of contamination. So then this came blood bag technology. So earlier we were importing blood bags from abroad, and they were quite expensive. And then there was research done by Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technologies, Trivandrum. And they patented the technology, and they started they didn't manufacture themselves, but they licensed it to Peninsula Polymers in 1983. So in 1983, they could get 0.3 million as fees and 3% royalty for 10 years. And this was a very big amount of money for a academic institution. Then the product was introduced in the market at much lower price of 10 rupees a bag compared to 30 rupees bag of Japanese origin, which we were importing from Japan earlier. So licensee, they started marketing the product successfully, and it has been an excellent export to other countries, including Europe. Then after first license, they gave second license to Hindustan Latex in 1991, and the fees they charged was increased now. It was 1.65 million as fees and 3% royalty. And then in 1994, they granted 2 more licenses to J. Mitra Company and also electromedical and allied industries. So each of them, they paid 4.5 million as fees and 3% royalty. So you see, this institute, they made a very good amount of money due to this particular technology. So another case study I have is Tamil Nadu is known to have jasmine flowers. So they export to many countries outside India. They also cater Indian market, but export to Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, even US. So here the problem was that in Indian market it was okay, but when it was to be exported to the countries where the travel time was too much, then the flowers will get spoiled, and then lots of research was done on how they can improve the packaging technology. Challenge here was that air transportation of the flowers after harvesting required 24 to 48 hours for Dubai, Singapore, New York markets. And there were around 40% post-harvest losses. So that means that almost 50%, almost half the flowers will just go waste. And since the flowers were very delicate and fragrance is very important for the buyer, So they then started working on the packaging technology. So packaging technology was developed by ICR, and it was licensed to flower exporter. So this patent licensing thing happened. And now if you see that how, and they also patented the process to package the flowers. So fresh flowers were taken and then strings were formed, and these jasmine strings were treated with boric acid. They were treated with the, after treatment, they were kept in ventilated corrugated fiber boxes and airlifted to the Dubai market. And similarly, for US market, where the travel time was even more, they again took fresh flowers treated with boric acid, and then they kept these strings in thermocol boxes lined with aluminum foil, and then ice gel was kept over the small boxes covered with aluminum foil, and they were then airlifted to US market. Now you see, this patent application was filed by Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. I would like you to see this date of filing, 14th May 2010, 4 o'clock, 3 minutes, 35 seconds. This is how, patent office gives the time of filing. So that's why it's very important to file as early as you can. Impact of technology was very powerful because shelf life of flowers increased from 72 to 36 hours. Post-harvest losses were reduced from 40 to 10%. Export volumes also increased. Then the revenue also increased phenomenally. So this is how this packaging technology impacted. So the best way to come up with the good patentable inventions is to find a problem first of all, and then work on the solution, and then select the best solution, patent it, and then sell your solution back to the industry. Now, a couple of other examples and then we close. Okay. NDRI, National Dairy Research Institute, they developed low cholesterol ghee. We all want to eat ghee, but people with heart problems, they are not able to eat ghee because of high cholesterol. So this institute, they developed ghee with the low cholesterol, and they licensed it to Patna Dairy. And this product is doing very well in the market. Post-it, you know very well how Post-it is a brilliant example how a simple innovation can do exceptionally well in the market. So Post-it is good. So what is innovation in Post-it? Can somebody type in the chat box? What is innovation in Post-it? Why do we? Because it's just a piece of paper with glue. So what is innovative in Post-it? Can anyone tell me what is innovation in Post-it? Because I see this only one piece of paper and some glue. So innovation in Post-it is the composition of glue. Composition of glue, why? Because you stick this Post-it to any surface, and when you remove it, it does not damage the surface. So that is the innovation in the composition of glue. Then this is a blanket you can wear. Okay. So this is called as Snuggie, and looks like a very simple innovation, but in the market, it did very well. Then is Doggles. This is Google style sunglasses for the pets, and company none other than Ray-Bans is manufacturing it. So this is a very beautiful product. Then push balls, you see this on the signals, traffic signals during festive times. So this also is a very simple product, but did quite well in the market. Now for the institutions, how do you start the process of IP is like, training of faculties and students should start, and it should be ongoing process. That there should be, rounds of such training. And then a quick IP audit should be performed across the departments to list out or to docket, catalog the innovations they have. And this way you will be able to document all the innovations. And then you can have brainstorming to analyze and see how good they are. And some good ones can be selected to be registered as patent, copyright or design. And when you start thinking of IP in the organization, you also need to have good IP policy and IP processes. So once all of this is in place, you have a machine which is completely lubricated, and then innovations all automatically start coming. And then industry partnerships are very important so that innovations are also able to see the market, because the process of IP is incomplete till the time your innovations are commercialized. So they have to come in the market. After doing this, your quality of research will improve. It helps in branding of your institutions. Your students are better ready for the industry, and placements will be better, and you will have more startups coming in your campuses. That's all from my side. We have some 14-15 minutes to have discussion. So if you have any questions, you can let me know. And if any doubts you want to add anything, share your experience, please feel free. You can unmute and speak, or you can type in the chat box.
So dear participants, if you have any questions, you can type, or you can raise your hand so that we can unmute you. Ma'am, this is a really nice talk. So I got to know many things about what things can be patentable and what things are not patentable. So that actually, in particularly mathematics and computer science, many things are not patentable, particularly algorithmic side or any formula side, it is not patentable. Even if it is a very good new thing, but still it is not patentable.
Yeah. You have to indicate association with any kind of hardware, then you can make it patentable.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anu Kumari. It is interesting talk. Pictures are nice, and your explanation also. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm glad if you liked it. And you can get back to me anytime. Even after this session also. I'm just sharing my email ID with you all.
Ma'am, can you share the PPT with us so that we can share it with the
Yeah,
participants?
I will share with Firoza.
Yes, ma'am.
It is a really interesting talk, but I expect more questions from audience.
Okay, I think there are no questions, so we can close it.
Yeah, if you don't have questions, then we can close. So thank you, Bindu ma'am. So for nice
Thank
talk.
you so much. Thank you so much.
It's a really nice talk. So at least I enjoyed. It was very nice.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kaushik. We'll meet at around 12.
Yes, sir. We will be joining with the next session at 12 p.m.
12 p.m. So Ravi Kumar, by Ravi Kumar.
Yes, Dr. Ravi Kumar will be joining us to give introduction to latex.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can put a banner. So break up to 12.
Yes, sir. I'll be doing it now.
Mhm.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Ravi Mandilia, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, am I audible? Sir, we will be waiting till 12 and
Ravi
maybe
Mandlaji, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So how are you?
Fine, sir.
Fine. Okay. So we're given a break up to 12. So we'll start it exactly at 12.
Sure, sir.
Hello, Raviji.
Sir.
You're from IIT Jaipur, no?
Sir.
Yeah. So today morning we had a PhD defense from 9 to 10 from IIT Jaipur.
Okay, Professor Love
external-
Bhargav's
I was
Love
external
Bhargav's
examiner.
student.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Lava Bhargav student.
Sir,
So you're
I
from the
could
same
not,
department or
attend
different
the-
department?
same department, sir.
Okay.
I could not attend that. Actually, I had a class from 10 to 11, so I was getting ready for that.
Yeah, so I was busy from 9 to 10 and just exactly at 10 I joined. Because this workshop also started at 10.
Sir,
Actually, Love Bhargavji and myself, we are doing PhD at the same time from IIT Delhi.
at IIT Delhi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I know many people from IIT Jaipur, particularly even Savalaji also. I had many times I have interacted with Savalaji.
So, are you from Odisha?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also from Odisha. My hometown is Jatni.
It is near to Bhubaneswar, no?
Yes, 20 kilometers from Bhubaneswar.
So mine is a little bit far from Bhubaneswar. It's around 450 kilometers from Bhubaneswar.
So, it's Western Odisha?
Yeah. 450, then it will be definitely that's towards Chhattisgarh border.
Sambalpur, sir.
Sambalpur district earlier undivided Sambalpur, now it is Bargarh district.
Bargarh district. Okay.
Yeah, so again around 100 kilometers from Sambalpur.
Okay.
More than 100. So from Bhubaneswar it is around 450 kilometers.
Sir.
Once we go by road. Okay, now it is exactly 12 and 102 participants are there. And we had actually personal interactions now going on. But now let me introduce you formally. So Mr. M. Ravi Kumar, we say. Okay, and he's working with MNIT Jaipur. Okay, and today he will be discussing about introduction to documentations using LaTeX. Introductions to how to document papers, how to document writing, or how to document even PPT presentations using LaTeX maybe. So how to effectively use LaTeX. We know what is the good about LaTeX. Good about LaTeX is actually if your document is small, then in general Microsoft Word is very nice. If your document is small, 10 page or 5 page, but whenever the number of pages process 10 pages, Microsoft Word is not at all a good thing. Another thing is it is LaTeX is very nicely automated kind of things, all reference figure, uh, uh, particularly reference figure can be and sections, subsections can be referred with name very nicely, which cannot be done in actually words, okay, Microsoft Word or any office document. So it's better to use LaTeX for creating a nice documents. So, but for both the things actually, whether you're using LaTeX or Microsoft, some basic principles still it holds for a nice document. And suppose sentence formations, grammar formations, whether using LaTeX or Word, both are same. But LaTeX produces good documents, particularly visually it is appealing documents.
Yes, sir.
Particularly. And in this, after that, Dr. S.J. Nanda will talk about graphics LaTeX, and another thing is, yeah. And today it will be how to document the things. Okay, so not the how to put the content. After putting the content, also you need to put in proper format.
Yes, sir.
Not only content. One thing is content. Another thing is the content in proper format. So today we'll discuss about that, and Dr. Ravi Madila will talk about this. And let's hand over to Ravi Nadlia.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. I think I would need host privileges. As such, I do not have any slides to share. I'll be directly giving a demonstration about how to use this.
Yeah, that will be a more nice. That will be very good.
Yeah. So,
So you have the
me-
presenter rights.
yes, I have the rights. So I'll start by sharing my screen. So when we think about LaTeX, the first thing is why LaTeX. Aryavarta Sahu sir has already mentioned briefly about why LaTeX is important. The first thing is loading of Microsoft Word documents when the number of pages is high becomes very slow. It takes quite a long time for the pages to load when your document is long. And if imagine if it is 100 or 150 page thesis, then it takes even longer. So waiting for pages to load when you want to edit something is one thing. And another major advantage of using LaTeX is it's free and open source. So you need not pay anything. So that is another big advantage of LaTeX. So LaTeX, using LaTeX has many flavors to using it. The first and easiest way of using it is just opening a browser and on your browser, just type in overleaf.com. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. So what I have put in the address bar is overleaf.com. So Overleaf is one of the online LaTeX editor and compiler. So if you do not have an account, you can register. It's free to register. You need not pay anything. But there are plans and pricing that depends on how much you want to use it and how you want to use it. But I personally use a free login. So I can just log in with my email and there are a number of existing documents which you can see here. These are documents which I use for demonstration of LaTeX in many of the faculty development programs and even for our students at MNIT. So this is one of the flavors where you can just directly go for a new document or a new project. So if you are thinking about a journal which you want to publish using LaTeX, then you can just go to a new project and choose the academic journal. So I'll just choose the first one which has come up. The second one which has come up, the ACM journals primary article template. So if I just click this, I have the options. So you can also choose which journal you want to use or which article or which thesis style or which presentation. So there are many different templates which are available. So I can just click here as open as template, and I would be able to see complete source code of this particular template. And in this source code, there are other supplementary files also, which are automatically loaded with this template. And here on the right side, you can see how the display of this particular article would look like. So this is an online version of using LaTeX, and it is pretty simple to use. So there's another version of using LaTeX, and that is installing it on your system. So if you are using a Windows system, the most popular compiler on Windows is MikTeX, MikTeX. So MikTeX is the offline compiler which is very popular on Windows. So it's not only like MikTeX only works for Windows, it can work on Windows, it can work on, if you go to download MikTeX, it will show all versions of how you can use MikTeX. So when I say download MikTeX, yeah. So when I say download MikTeX, you can see here there are many different flavors of downloading this MikTeX. This automatically detects that I'm using a Windows system. So it has given me the Windows installer option. So this is a very basic net install. That's what it is known as, a basic MikTeX setup. So this is about 130 MB. So I can download and install this, and as and when whatever packages I want to use, those can be installed as and when needed. So this can work on Mac, Linux, and other versions also. So MikTeX is one of the popular LaTeX compilers which you can use for free. So apart from this, there is another LaTeX compiler which is known as TechLive. So if you just click on TechLive, you have this option. So TechLive again works on multiple operating systems. You can work on Unix or Linux or Windows or Mac. You can download this as per your requirement. This is also free and open source. You can use it without any payment. So once you download this TechLive is very popular on the Linux platforms. So by default, if anybody is using Ubuntu, then you can directly just say apt install TechLive, and it will install the basic LaTeX compiler. So this is about installing the compiler. So as with any car that you would drive, any car or bike, if you have an engine, you cannot just drive an engine, right? Along with the engine, you need the body. So you need a body for a bike or a car. So that the analogy for that body is what is known as editor. There are many flavors of this editor, and what I am showing here, this is what is the editor. In case of the online LaTeX version in Overleaf, the middle part is the editor, and this part is the viewer. This will show how the output PDF will look like. And here you can see what are all the files which are associated with this particular editor. So similarly, when you want to install this on your system, there are many different free and open source editors which are available for use. So one of the most popular editor is Text Studio. So Text Studio, you can again, this is a free and open source. You can download and install. This is available for Windows and Linux and other operating systems also. You can check. Yeah. So for Windows, what are the platforms which it supports? That is given here. And for Linux, what all distributions are supported? That is also given here. And for Mac, what all operating system versions are supported? That's also given here. So depending on which operating system you can use, you can either try to download and install this and use it, or you can right away, you just want to try and see how working with LaTeX is, then you can just register for a free account on Overleaf and just create a template. And then once you create your template, you can just put in whatever text that you want to modify and use it. So LaTeX usually is based on these templates. You do not, you can see here that there are a lot of commands which are used. So document class defines what type of document is being used for compiling this LaTeX file and generating the PDF. So ACM article is shortened to ACM ART to have a article for the ACM journals. So this ACM art document class would be a style file which is created by the LaTeX developers. So you can see here the ACM art.cls. So this is what is known as a class file. So there are class files and style files which are useful to generate the framework of a document. So once the document class is defined, after that, what all content that you need to put in the document, that is given in the form of different commands that you can see here. So this defines if you want to use your document. This would be using BibTeX. BibTeX is another tool, a complementary tool with LaTeX, which is very helpful in managing references. It will only show references which you want to display. You can have an entire list of references, and it can pick only those references which you want to display in your document. Of course, you need to give it proper tagging, and then it can do it. So beyond these header files, the next important command that is necessary for any document is begin document. So you can put a begin document, and then within the begin document, we have the title here. So the title is given here. Depending on what is the title, you can rename the title of your article. So you can just recompile this document, and you can see the output can be updated just by clicking the recompile button. and what I type in here has come here. This is my first LaTeX article. Fine. So depending on what is the class of the article, meaning what is defined under document class. So here the document class is ACM art. So depending on if the instead of ACM art, if the document class is article, then we can have this title. Of course, the title and all this, the syntax is almost the same in all of these document classes, but the positioning of these commands of the title and author. So here we have the author and the author addresses and all that. So all these positioning can vary depending on what is the document class. So you can just change the names of the authors. If you are the author, you can type in your own name and start using it. You can put in your own address. So you can have your ORCID ID and the second author's name, and you can also put the institution name, address, and everything. You can just whatever content that you're changing, that should be based on what you want to change. So if you're changing the name of the institution, do not change the command institution, only change the content within the braces. So that would update the content. So once you have the author information and all that, here there's a command for begin abstract and end abstract. So in LaTeX, anything for which you use a begin, you must use an end. Otherwise, it will give error, flag errors, and your document will not be able to compile. You can put in your own abstract. You can just copy and paste content in this, and this will do the formatting automatically by itself. And this is some code which is not exactly necessary to edit. So that is something which is by default useful for the ACM article class. So after you put the entire title information, the command make title will compile all the commands which are inserted under the title headings, like title, author, addresses, email address, and all that would be compiled by this command, which is known as make title, and or header content that is coming from this part up to this. So all this would be generated by the compilation of this command. And after this, we have the section which is introduction, and under this introduction you can put whatever content that is relevant for your document. You can just remove the content that is given here, and you can put in your own content. So what you need not bother about what is the font size and all that in the document, because that is already taken care by the LaTeX developers. They have defined what would be the different font size for the heading. You can see here the section introduction, right? That is coming in bold and all caps. So that is defined by the ACM art class 5. So you need not have to worry about all that. You just put everything in plain text, and all of the formatting is taken care directly and automatically by the document class. So here you can see what is written here is just plain introduction, but here it comes in as introduction in capitals. So whatever content that you put in the article. So after you can see here at the end of this introduction. Yeah, at the end of this introduction, there is another section which is template overview. So the thing that you should notice, there is a number which is given as 1 here in front of introduction. So this again is generated automatically by LaTeX. Okay, and the user who is using it need not bother about the numbering at all. The numbering is done automatically by LaTeX. So you can imagine if you're using a Word document and you're numbering everything manually, and if you at some point of your time your co-author tells you that this is not the proper order and you need to change your order, then that would be a hell of a job to rearrange the content and do the numbering manually. So that feature, this feature of automatic numbering simplifies this process of numbering, so that you only concentrate on what is the content that you want to generate. So when the content of your introduction section is complete, you can start your own section. So what is given here in the template is template overview. If you want to have another section which you want to define, you can put it like this. In curly braces, you should put the name of your section. Let's say it is methodology. So if I put this, you can see here the number. The first section is introduction, and if I go down, the second section is template overview. Fine. Now in this case, what I'm doing is I have introduced a section before template overview, and I've named it as methodology. If I compile this, you can see for yourself how this updates. See, so the section named methodology is now numbered with a number 2, and template overview has automatically become section number 3. And it is not just only the section number. If you look down, there is also section or subsection 3.1. So this was also automatically updated, not just 3.1, but 3.2, and all these which are subsections under the section template overview. Here we have a subsection which is template styles, and beyond that there's the subsection which is template parameters. So all these numbers have been updated automatically. So this is another great advantage of using LaTeX. And if you want to put any bullets, then begin itemize and end itemize is the command that you can use. So you can see here between the begin itemize and end itemize, there are different bullets which are coming under this part, which is given here. Okay, so if you want to add a bullet, so the positioning and all that is taken care by LaTeX automatically. So this is my first bullet item. So you can have it like this, and this would add below this, used by TOG. Okay, so this is about putting bullets, and if you want a numbered list, then you can put enumerate. So begin enumerate, and of course it will not work with end itemize. So you have to update this also. Okay. So you can see when I put begin enumerate and end enumerate, and once I compile this, the bullets will automatically change to numbers. So you can see here, these are now 1, 2, 3, 4. Previously, these used to be the bullets that you see here. So you can have bullets or numbers. You can just change this keyword, enumerate or itemize, and accordingly, it will update the content as per your desired necessity. So this is about having different sections and subsections and using itemize or enumerate. Within these, you can also this verbatim refers to using using the text as it is given. So it will not. If you look at the output of this particular thing, see this \author. This is a command in LaTeX, but it does not compile this command, because here by using this command begin verbatim, what we say is just print the content within begin verbatim and end verbatim as it is put. So if you do not want to have any formatting compilation introduced by LaTeX, you can put it within begin verbatim and end verbatim and get the content as you want it. So this is a feature which might be necessary at some places. Yeah. So after this, we have tables. So there will be a separate session which is devoted to tables. Dr. Amit Joshi would be talking about how to work with tables. So this is a simple syntax of how a table can be inserted into a LaTeX document. So whenever you say begin table and end table, a table is generated, and within that, caption would define or it gives what is the name of the table. The caption gives what is the name of the table. So you can see here, it is given as frequency of special characters, that is given here. And there is a number, table number 1. So that numbering is again taken care automatically. So in the text, if I want to use this particular number, I want to explain this particular table, then I can do that by using this set of commands, which is known as label and ref. Okay. So just need to ensure that the tag within the braces must be the same. So here the label, what is indicated here is TAB colon FREQ. The same tag is called here TAB colon FREQ. So the numbering of the table, that is done automatically by this particular tag. So this tag, when I call this tag in the text here, it will refer to this particular label and it will get this number automatically in the text. So if you can see here slightly above, Yeah. So immediately following this sentence is the point at which table number 1. And you can see here in the PDF, a link is also generated in the text. So if I click on this particular one, it would come to this particular table 1. It says that this table is linked to this particular table. So linking of these numbers, that is also done automatically. For that, of course, it depends on what is the document class which is being used. So ACM Art has this inbuilt feature with which you can have this option of clicking on the text, and it would automatically take the user to that particular table or figure. So if the document class is not having this inbuilt property, then it can be done with a separate package, which is known as the hyperlink package. Okay. So this is about tables, and within the table, how you are going to define the layout of the table, that is that should be put within the begin tabular and end tabular commands. So C, C, and L actually define that the first two columns should be centered, and the rightmost column or the third column would be left aligned. Okay, so that is what is displayed here. So this first column and the second column, these are center aligned, and the third column is left aligned. You can change the alignment of these columns. You can also say R. R stands for right aligned, center aligned, or left aligned. So these are three common values which are used for tables: right alignment, left alignment, and center alignment. So you can see here in table 1, now in table 1, the first column is now right aligned. So accordingly, depending on the requirement, you can change the alignment of the columns in a table as per necessity by using the word in the parenthesis after the begin tabular command. So this top rule and mid rule define horizontal lines within the table, and every double backslash that you see, that takes the compiler to put the content in a new line. So you can put this anywhere within the text also. So if I put this double backslash within the text, then this compare would come in a new line. So you can see here, this particular compare is here. So when I put this double backslash here, this compare would go to the next line. Let me just recompile this and show it to you. So you can see here, the compare has now come to the next line. So whenever you want a line break, you can use this double backslash. And if you want a paragraph, a new paragraph to start, then what you need to do is just put a blank line in between. So you see this line 476 is a blank line. So because of that, this immediately is coming with a indent. Okay, so this again is done automatically because LaTeX understands that if there is a blank line, then the content after the blank line is a new paragraph. So accordingly, it starts with a indent. So this is how LaTeX compiles tables, and LaTeX also compiles equations in a very beautiful manner, and the display that you see with equations is very pleasing to the eye. Usually, if you have used Microsoft Word, then you would know that the equations would not have the proper clarity which you would see. Of course, if you see the same thing in Microsoft Word, it will look very good. But once you put it into PDF or some other format, then the equations do not have the same look as was in the original file. So that lack of clarity is avoided in case of LaTeX equations. Of course, there is some additional effort which one has to put to write your equations in LaTeX. If you're starting, it is very difficult. But of course, there are tools which can directly generate the LaTeX code for any equation. So if you're familiar with MathType, then MathType has that ability to generate LaTeX code for any equation. Similarly, there's also OpenOffice documentation suite. So OpenOffice equation editing tool, which is a free version, that also has the ability to generate LaTeX equation codes. So you can use those to generate the mathematic equations, because it's not so easy to remember all these commands. So you can see here it is \lim for a limit, and it, when I say underscore will go to the bottom or subscript. So it is n right arrow infinity. So right arrow will give you a right arrow, and infty will give you the infinity symbol. So you can see how this equation is displayed in this. See, limit n tends to infinity, x equals 0. That's what is given by this particular set of commands, and within the begin math and end math. So this is the syntax which is provided by the document class ACMR. Similarly, the syntax is slightly different in other document classes. Like if you're using article, then the syntax used here is begin equation and end equation. And the content within those commands can be the same, and it will work the same. So this is how you can display equations, and the clarity that you get with these equations is much better than what you get with Microsoft Word or any other editor. So after that, we have the use of figures. So once you get used to using LaTeX, you can start typing your own equations also. So that is depends on how familiar you become with LaTeX. And since this is completely open source, whatever you need, you can just Google it up, and you'll most likely find a solution to what you want to do. Now, this part shows about how you can insert figures. So there are different begin figure and end figure is the common syntax which is used to insert figures, and there is a square bracket, and within the square bracket there is a symbol or character H. So it can be This character can be either H or it can be T or it can be B, depending on how you want to do it. So this particular template uses H, which means that the journal is telling that if you think that your figure should come after this text, then you put this text here. And when you say H, it means that the figure must come here. H refers to here. Similarly, if you say T, it means the figure must come at the top of that particular page. And B refers to the bottom of that particular page. So depending on what is the requirement of the document class, you can have your own view. And okay, one thing I missed to mention, the different columns in a table. The different columns in a table are separated by the ampersand symbol. Okay, so when I have this ampersand, this means the left side of this is the first column, and this is the second column, and this ampersand indicates that the left of this is the second column and the right of this is the third column. So this is what is known as a column delimiter. So you can separate columns by using this ampersand symbol. So this ampersand is a special character in LaTeX. So what do you do if you want to use this ampersand in text? Like you have contents and the table caption. So in some case, you may want to use this ampersand here in place of the A and D. So in such a case, if you try to compile this, LaTeX will give you an error. So all these special characters which you want to insert in LaTeX, you can just put these with a backslash, and this will be displayed as an ampersand without any compiling errors. Okay, so I'm compiling this, and it will show how the ampersand will be displayed. So this is about tables. Yeah, this is in to set a wider table. Yeah, contents and ampersand the table caption, right? So this is the format of using the symbols or special symbols within LaTeX. So similarly, you have asterisk. Asterisk here indicates a table which can cover the entire width of the page instead of having a table. Yeah, another beautiful feature of LaTeX that I missed at the beginning itself. We use a document class, right? So the document class has defined certain parameters. So this is a manuscript which I want to see on a screen, and this is going to be used for review. So when I put this review, you can see the line numbers which have come on the left side. This has come automatically. So if I do not put this review, I believe the line numbers should now vanish. You can see here, right? The line numbers are no longer present. So there are many other commands which can be used in the when a document class is defined. These are sub options within the ACM art document class. So just like review, we can have one column. The default is one column, of course. So if you want a 2-column article, you can specify that here. But I'm not sure if this ACM art supports 2-column. So if it supports 2-column, then you can have 2-column articles also. Well, I think this 2-column is not supported by this ACM art, but there are many other document classes which support 1-column and 2-column type of documents, and you can have the different documents as per the way you want to have it. Now, coming to figures, yeah. So within begin figure and end figure, you need to define is what is the command which calls the figure file. So backslash include graphics. So here you can specify how much of the page width that it needs to occupy. If you think that it should occupy only half of the page width, then just put 0.5 times of the line width and it will compile it accordingly. I can show how this will be displayed. So this is the figure that you see here. This is the sample figure. Here I have inserted 0.5. And when I recompile this, see, so the width of the figure has now become half of the page width. So depending on your requirement, you can change this value and get your appropriate width. So the description of this figure, what is being displayed below the figure as figure 1. Again, the numbering of the figure is automatic. So this caption puts the content which you put with the figure. So this is the entire caption. And with this caption, you can also use the label command. You can use the label command to put a tag, my say. Okay. Now you can call this particular figure number 1 within the text. So if your figure, which is number 1, right? So here I'll just go /ref and my. So with this, the text will put this number 1 of this figure 1 in this text. So the same thing as we did with tables or even equations can be, we can use this label and ref to link tables, equations, and figures. So here you can see if your figure 1, this number is coming automatically, and the link is also generated, which takes me to this particular figure at the top of the page. Okay. So beyond this, I think there would be bibliography. Bibliography refers to all the references that you need to compile at the end of the document. So, yeah. So what is the style of this reference formatting? That is defined by this command bibliography style. So there are different bibliography styles. If you're using IEEE, then there is IEEE TRAN. If you do not want to use any referencing style based on any journal publisher, if you want to use a generic numbering style, just put unsorted, which comes with the command UNSRT. If you put UNSRT, then you can just get all the references numbered as per how you have all the references. Okay. So you can see there are many different references which are included here, and this particular document, the references are not here. Okay, you can see here the references are not included in this, right? So where are the references? All these references have been put in the file sample base. The file sample base, which should be in the same folder. Okay, all these files which you see here should be in the same folder. Then only it can be compiled. Or you need to provide the path to this particular file. So that way you can compile your references. And this sample-based.bib, the number of references that I can see here is something around 38. And in this sample base.bib, if you look at this, the number of references can be even 100. Okay, it might be 38, but it need not be limited to 38. You can have all the papers that you refer in this sample base.bib. Only you can have the name as you want. It need not be sample base.bib. It can be ravi.bib. It can be ravi references.bib. It just depends on how you want to use it. You have to ensure that the file name extension must be .bib. Then only this can the LaTeX can compile this bibliography. Okay, and if I have many of these references, how do I put these references in the text? So for that, the cite command is used. If I use the command \cite and a tag, so this Spectre 90, the Spectre 90 is the tag which would be available in the sample base.pib. So I'll not be able to so here you can see this. It is Spectre 90. So the content of this particular article is formatted in this manner. So this is standard formatting which is done in BibTeX, and this particular type of formatting of for your citations, this is all available on websites. So if you are using Google Scholar, you can go to Google Scholar and you can type in, let's say, have a suggestion. Okay, this is a book. Let me put something. Now here I have this site. If I click on this site, there are different styles. Among all these, I can copy these as it is, but LaTeX uses this BibTeX, which becomes easier for it to manage. So this is the content which can be just copied and put in the sample.bib file. Yeah. So in this file, I just insert this, paste it here, and I can, there is a tag which is given here. So I can just change the tag here depending on what you want to remember this particular paper with. You can rename this tag, or you can work with the same tag. Depends on how you are comfortable to use it. And you just need to copy this tag and use it within your document. So I can have \CITE, and within braces, I'll just paste that particular tag. And this would be inserted in text, and it would automatically also come at the appropriate place in the references. I do not have to worry about the positioning of this particular reference. Fine. So this is a brief introduction about how you can start using LaTeX. So if there are any queries to using LaTeX, I think we can take up the queries if anybody is having.
Dear participants, so do you have any queries? Then you can write in chat box or raise your hand so that you can unmute and so that you can ask questions.
Yeah, there's one question. Is overleaf safe and secure to use? I believe if your password is strong enough, then it should be safe. Overleaf has an option of also sharing your projects. So sorry, this is for.
No. So what you may be asking? So safe means further data breaching. Breaching means your data
So
will
that
not
I
be
think
displayed to others. So whether overleaf ensures that or not, because it is free. If something comes free, then what they are breaching the data? So we don't know. So that question he may be asking. Suppose you have written a paper using overleaf, and they have another partner who they are also doing research in the similar area. Then before publishing or doing patenting, they may share the information your competitor.
Yeah, there is a risk. So that is the reason I also mentioned about using Tech Studio and MikTech. So if you are concerned about security,
if it is a publishing paper, then actually no one will do this thing, because publishing papers, it's actually we are making the things public, and public means the people will not get money out of that. But in case of patent, in case of some kind of what I can say report where money is the involved, then people do much hacking and much things. But wherever money is not involved, then we don't care. So if you are publishing paper, then actually means money is not involved. So you are giving this to free.
So this LaTeX, this overleaf has another benefit also. If you are if you want to share this with your supervisor so that you can get comments from your supervisor, you can do that also. So I think
even multiple students working in the same project or multiple people working in the same project also is possible.
Yeah, of course, the free version allows you to share one project with one person only. So if you want to share it with multiple people, then you need to I think you need to open this project and then share it. Yeah. So the share option is here. You can just enter the email address of your supervisor or your collaborator and share it, and they'll be able to edit. Of course, it depends on you if you want to give the edit permission or you want to put the read only permission. So some of the journals, they are taking, you can see, submit to ACM. So you can directly submit this article to the journal publisher. So they'll take the document from here and they'll go through the review process. So any other queries?
So till now, no queries. So one thing I want to add. So here, grammar check, either grammar checking is available in this overlap directly. Grammar check.
Grammar check, I'm not sure. I think if you have a grammar checking feature with your browser, then it can do it.
Okay, so maybe it is if Grammarly is Grammarly means licensed person is there.
Yes, if Grammarly is
will
embedded
do-
in the browser.
Otherwise, it will do only means spell check maybe.
Yes.
So to write a good documents, not only the writing the content, you need to check the grammar, spelling, and flow. So with the proper tool, or if you are, it need to be get checked by proper English reader or writer. Okay, so then only it will be
Yes.
complete. So otherwise, it will not be complete. That is one point I will add.
Yes.
And in this case, you told about writing only LaTeX report. Okay, so in LaTeX can be used for PPT.
Yeah, it can be used for thesis, reports, dissertation reports, letters, question papers, and even, of course, yeah, all these.
PPT also, you can use for PPT. So presentation also.
Even presentations, everything. Even make posters. Yeah, you can make your resume. All these, even for a book.
So a lot of templates are there. So one can use LaTeX and do all things. And because this is overlay, so you don't need to install. So simply go and just use them. So otherwise, there is a options to install the LaTeX. In Windows, in Linux, almost it comes freely, and we can install very easily. Ubuntu or
in Linux, it is very easy to install. Just type in the command.
Windows with a complex is there. Some dependency handle you require, but in Linux, it is very, very easy to use LaTeX. And particularly LaTeX Text Studio is very, very nice.
Yes.
Even a Mac version also, Text Studio works very nicely. Text Studio.
Yes.
So Mac version Text Studio and this Linux versions basic LaTeX is also more.
Yes.
Is easily to one can install. So someone asks, if I check plagiarism, will the software store the write of in server? So here plagiarism we don't check here, I think so. Yeah, do we check plagiarism?
Turnitin is the software which can do the plagiarism check.
So
okay, store the write-up. No, I don't think these documents are scanned by Turnitin.
No.
We
This
have
is not
unmuted.
plagiarism checker. So
no, this will not be stored.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Utpaldas, your query is resolved, I guess. Okay.
I think so. Overleaf don't do the plagiarism check.
No, overleaf will not do the plagiarism check. But what Mr. Utpaldas wanted to know is if he is writing his document on overleaf, so will it be stored in some server such that Turnitin will check that particular source also?
Okay.
In that case, he may get 100% plagiarism. So that will not happen.
No, that will
because Turnitin also knows that anything which is on
in general,
overleaf.
it takes the public document and already published work.
Only published
Public
documents.
document and already published work.
Yes.
So if you are keeping your things in public domain, then it will take the document. Otherwise, no. But suppose you put in archive. Archive is a public document. If you are publishing
Yes.
IEEE, ACM, or Springer, or any publisher, then it goes to public domain. Means,
So
this,
overleaf,
black and white paper, we
anything
can
on
access.
overleaf, it will not come under plagiarism.
Yeah. Okay, if there is no question, then we can go to the next sessions. So thank you,
Yeah.
Ravi Kumar.
Dr.
Nice
Nanda
talk,
is
great
also
one.
here in the same room with me.
Yeah.
He is going to join from his laptop shortly.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nanda, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. So Dr.
Am I
S.
audible
Nanda, so
also?
he's also from IIT Jaipur, same department with same as Ravi Kumar, I think so. It is
Yes, sir. We are sitting together over here on this.
yeah, same department. So great.
Yes.
So you did PhD from IIT Bhubaneswar, I think so.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So with whom you did?
With Professor Ganapati Pandya.
Okay. So you work in soft computing area or
Yes.
something? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's right.
Yes.
Ganapati Pandya, he works in soft computing.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Same group.
But it's more electrical sides. Power and
Electrical,
control.
electronics.
Yeah.
Electronics applications we
Okay.
used to do.
So let's welcome S.J. Nanda. So we are running out of time, but it is including graphics in LaTeX. So a document without graphics, it's actually valueless. It is very difficult to understand. And putting a
Sure.
good quality graphics will really enhance the reliability of documents. Okay. And presenting the, putting the, what I can say, figure, how to draw the figures, what kind of tool can be used, what kind of figure you should include, and how to include in LaTeX. He will explain maybe and in a nice way. So let's listen to Dr. S.J. Nanda. So okay, so please take over.
Thank
so
you.
let me
Thank
put
you,
one
sir.
point. So in general, whenever you are including figure in LaTeX or any documents, so it's better to use vector graphics. So not the pixel graph, not the JPG file or PNG file or some file. So it's better to use some vector graphics. So particularly you can use EPS file, meta file, or SVG file, or you can use PDF, EPS, where the picture get represented using actually meta document or in vector format, not the pixel format. The pixel format, whenever you zoom it, it actually blurred out. So it's better to use vector graphics image format. And there are many good tools to actually create vector graphics. Even PowerPoint also good if you convert into meta format or a PDF format. It's actually preserve the quality. It don't put in pixel format. There is tool called XPIC. Have you heard about this thing or not? XPIC. Then IP is a very good thing. Draw.io. So these are the tools where you can create actually vector graphics. And once you create the picture, then we can include in LaTeX. But in most of the document I found whatever people submit or student submits. So the picture, whatever they include, font size of the text and uh, font size in the picture. So they sometimes they use very small font in picture, which is very difficult to read. It should be similar font size as text in figure also. So these are the 2-3 comments I am adding, and he will explain more detail about how to do graphics in LaTeX. So I hand over to Azil.
Thank you, sir. Let me share my screen. Professor Sahu, I believe my screen is visible
Your
to
screen is
everyone.
visible. Your screen is visible.
Yeah. So here, Ravi has already explained about the latest documentation using overlay. So over here, I have not used overlay, but a similar kind of platform is there on which you can do it offline also. So here I have done a setup that I have introduced MikTeX, which is there for the LaTeX background, and Text Studio as the front end software for writing. So in order to have a look at this particular view, you have to first install the MikTeX software in your laptop, and followed by your Text Studio or Technic Center, any particular software. And you can download the package of the particular editor for which you are writing the paper. Every paper do have different formatting, but with LaTeX, the formatting become very easier. You can write a IEEE transaction or Springer or Elsevier. All of their supporting files are available at their corresponding website, and you can download the particular package. So I have downloaded a IEEE conference package for you over here, and opened that IEEE conference package over here. You can observe that this is the title I have written for neural network for classification as a title of the paper. Okay, and there are authors. You can observe this particular template is already there. Everything is set in the template, but you have to make your modification as per your thing, and compile the particular thing so that it will produce the particular documentation. And in IEEE transaction format or conference format, you have this particular template. You can observe section by section. We are going on writing the things. So let me discuss a little bit about the equations, and then followed by the figures about in this particular section. So whenever we are writing whenever we are writing about the equations, we can write the equations in two manner. One is inside the text of a particular sentence, and then in regular format the equations. So over here you can observe on the right side a plus b is equal to gamma. This is the thing written over here inside the particular text. Okay, so over here I have written the same thing, a plus b is equal to gamma, inside $2 symbols. So whenever you write a equation in LaTeX, you write it inside $2 symbols. Okay, And whenever you want it as a separate equation, like a plus b is equal to gamma, equation number 1. Okay. So for that, you have to write slash begin equation, then a plus b is equal to gamma, then end equation. So like this, you used to write. If you do not want this particular one as a number to come, equation number to come, then you can use slash no number as the command, and with that you will not get the particular number. You can observe now the one is not there, it has already gone. So a plus b is equal to gamma, that is a simple equation is written. But by default, if you are not putting any no number command, then it will LaTeX automatically do the numbering for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, all the numberings will come. So now some of the symbols which are always helpful for designing LaTeX equations. They are regular way of plus, minus, and you can observe that there is a plus minus sign, and that one you will write by slash PM, then multiplication by times slash times, then division by slash div, then infinity symbol by slash infinity. So you can observe plus, minus, multiplication, division, infinite. Sometimes we need for the convolution operation this O plus sign. So this O plus is there, O times is there also. Inside circle there is addition, and inside circle there is multiplication symbol. Then equal to is regular equal to. Not equal to symbol is for slash NE, is for not equal to. Then your less than and greater than as it is the symbols. Then for less than equal to and greater than equal to, you have to write slash LE and slash GE for less than equal to and greater than equal to. For approximately equal to, you need to have a symbol like this, approximately equal to, that is slash approximate. Okay. Then for sometimes we wish to write 1, 2, 3 dots n. Okay, so in order to make uniform dots, you can use the command slash dots that creates 3 dots together. So if you are creating putting slash dots, that will create automatically 3 dots uniformly, and as many dots you will include, that many you will get over here for uniform. Then for writing fraction, so here I have written 5 by 7. So fraction 5 by 7, 5 is numerator and 7 is denominator. Then I have written some of the small equations like z is equal to square root of x plus 1 whole square plus x square. Okay, so that is written like this: z is equal to slash sqrt for square root, then x plus 1 whole square to the power 2, and x square, the x to the power 2. So like that you can able to write in a very simple way. Nth root of z is equal to nth root of x, so that you can write square root nth root of x. Okay. Then exponential, you can write p is equal to e to the power x plus 1. So p is equal to e to the power x plus 1 is written. Then famous least mean square algorithm, weight update equation, x t plus 1, that is weighted, that is x value at t plus 1th instant is equal to x t plus 2 mu input into error. That is the equation, famous least mean square weight update equation. So that can be written like this: x t plus 1, x underscore t plus 1, because over here you observe that x underscore, below there is t plus 1. So x underscore t plus 1 is equal to x underscore t. So below one is underscore, and upper one you can use the square. and cube power of the thing, plus 2 multiplied with mu with input and error, 2 times mu times input into error. Okay. Then modulus of x you can able to write like this. Then for logarithmic ln x, so slash ln z is equal to slash ln. Then other regular logarithmic form, p is equal to log base 2 7. So that is p is equal to log underscore 2 7, like that. And e to the power minus x square is equal to exponential x. So like that, over here it is there, e to the power minus x square is equal to exponential x. So like this small equations you can write. You can write equation inside the text of a paragraph, like over here you observe. Let's assume x belongs to minus 2, 3, such that fx is equal to e to the power x and function gx is equal to sine square x. So like this, we want to write a particular paragraph. So for that one, in the LaTeX, we have written that let's assume x in minus 2 and 3. So within dollar, we have written such that fx is equal to e to the power x and another function gx is equal to sine square x. So inside text, whenever we are writing within the dollar symbols, the particular equations. So when we write multiple equations together, you can observe that in the regular manner, if I am writing, so let's take the derivative of the thing. So fx is equal to x cube, f dash x is equal to 3x square, and f double dash x is equal to 6x. So like this, these three equations I am writing 2, 3, 4. Okay. Over here with three equations, I have written begin equation and equation, begin equation and a and equation for each individual equation. Okay. And f double dash x is equal to 6x, begin equation. And with this, whenever I have written it in three different equations, there is enough gap between these three equations. Sometimes we do not want these many gaps between the equations, but we want consecutively writing the equations. So for that one, you have to use this equation array. So when you write the equation array, then all the equations are written together. So you can observe that fx is equal to x cube, f dash x is equal to 3x square. And like that, all the four equations are written together. And I have also written slash no number. So that's why now not much more numbering, but only one numbering is there at the end. Okay, so all the equations are written together and there is a simple one number is assigned to all these equations. Okay, now let's consider about how to write the vectors and matrix in the LaTeX. So so here I have written that I have to write p vector is equal to p1 p2 dot pn. This is a vector I am writing. So over here the same thing is written over here, slash vector p is equal to p1 p2 and there are dots and then pn, p underscore n. So this is how you write a particular vector. Okay. And if you don't like this small vector symbol on the p and you want to write it as a p vector with p on the top, there is an arrow, right arrow is there, p1 p2 up to pn. So you can create this right arrow by writing a stackrel right arrow on the p. Instead of either you can write slash vector p, that will create a small arrow, or you can write stackrel right arrow p, that will create a bigger uh, vector on the p, and that will also be treated as same way of writing vectors. Okay. So now if I want to write a matrix like this, you observe that P I cross N matrix. So this I cross N matrix is equal to P1, P2, Pi, and up to P capital I. So like this is a matrix. Okay, I need to write. That is equal to, again, some values are there within this bigger matrix. 1, 1, 2, 2, there is matrix 1, 2, 3, 3, and some of the values in between. And then at the last, there is a equation. So for this, in order to create such type of matrix over here, I have to write the thing like that. P underscore I comma I times N, that is P underscore I times N is equal to. So this one I have created a particular array inside the left and right bracket. So you observe that there is a left bracket and there is a right bracket, and inside that there are P1, P2 up to Pi. All these values are there. So I have inside the left bracket and inside the right bracket, I have created an array of elements, one array, for because all the elements are there inside one particular column. P1, P2, Pi to capital Pi. So I have used this stackrel right arrow P1 to create the vector P1, then double slash for the next line, and then stackrel right arrow P2 for the next line, and then followed by semicolons. And like that, I have ended the array. So after ending the array, I have created the right square bracket. And again, over here you observe that this is a single column, but inside this matrix there are 5 columns. First column is this 1 1 1 1, second column is 1 2 2 1, and there is third column is dot, and the fourth column is 2 3 z minus 1, and the fifth column is 2 3 z2, like that. So for 5 columns I have created over here again left parenthesis, left square bracket, and right followed by the right square bracket, and inside that I have written the array, that is begin array with 5 columns. So for each column I have centered it. So there are 5 columns, 5C I have written, and each of the column is separated by this ampersand. So 1 and below to 1 1 dot dot, and then 2 2. Then for the next line I have used double slash. So like that I have created the entire matrix over here with this particular equation. Okay, so I hope now you people are clear how to write a particular vector and matrix. Then another important part in equation is writing summation, okay, in discrete mathematics. So for writing summation, you observe many times we need xk is equal to summation n varies from 0 to capital N minus 1 xn e to the power minus j 2 pi kn. So this is the famous equation that is of the Fourier transform, okay, in discrete domain. So x k is equal to n is equal to 0 to n minus 1 summation xn e to the power minus j 2 pi kn by capital N. So how to write this particular equation? So over here xk is equal to sum is for this particular summation, and below to it is written n is equal to 0, and upper to it is written capital N minus 1. So underscore n is equal to 0, that is for below part, and power n minus 1, that is for the upper part, and then xn, then followed by this xn, followed by e to the power minus j 2 pi kn by n. So this is exponential e to the power minus and then followed by fraction, because there is j2 pi kn on the numerator and capital N on the denominator. So fraction, so j2 pi kn on the numerator and capital N on the denominator. So like this, we can able to create the summation for this. And for another matrix P, suppose we want, many times we want, in case of an image analysis, we want two summation. One is for x-axis, one is for y-axis. So P is equal to I is equal to 1 to k, j varies from 1 to L, qi, qj. So that this particular equation we want to write P is equal to I is equal to 1 to k, j is equal to 1 to L, qi, qj. So for that one, the code is P is equal to summation. Again, for lower one, k is equal to k. So upper part is k, we are giving in power, and for lower part it is I is equal to 1. So similarly, again summation for the next summation one, upper part is L and the lower part is j is equal to 1. Then qi, qj. So like that, you can write the double summation. Then you can write the product also in the similar manner. You can observe n is equal to product, j is equal to 1 to k, aj. So for over here, n is equal to product slash product underscore j is equal to 1 to k, aj. So like that, you can write the product also. Then for double product, in the same manner, you can able to write it I is equal to 1 to k, j is equal to 1 to L, qi, qj. So two times the product has been used, slash product and slash product. Over here on the first part, I is equal to 1 to k, and on the second part, j is equal to 1 to L, qi, qj. Now, how to write the limit? So many times we need the limit and derivative. So over here, an example, limit x approaches 0, sin x by x is equal to 1. So this is we are going to write. So over here, again, the code is slash limit is for the limit underscore x approaches 0, x to 0. Okay, fraction slash sin x by x, because sin x is on the numerator and small x is on the denominator, is equal to 1. So that is how we write limit. Another example of limit is y is equal to limit x approaches minus infinite fx. So over here the code is y is equal to slash limit x to minus infinity, x approaches minus infinity fx. So that is the code for it. Now for derivative and partial derivative. Derivative, I have already given you example how to write the derivatives. That is over here, fx is equal to x cube, f dash x is equal to 3x square, f double dash x is equal to 6x, and together all the things. So that I have given you example for derivative. Now let's have a look at how to write the partial derivative. So for partial derivative, you can observe z is equal to del f by del x. So over here, the same thing is encoded over here. Z is equal to fraction partial of f slash partial of f divided by slash partial of x. Okay, so fraction partial f in the numerator and partial x in the denominator. So that is how we write z is equal to del f by del x. Then sometimes we need z is equal to del square f by del x square. So over here, z is equal to fraction partial square f, then slash partial x square. Okay, so that is how we write the partial derivatives. Then let's discuss about the writing the integration. Okay, so y is equal to integral of fx dx. So this you can write y is equal to in slash integral fx dx. So you can write slash integral for the integration. When we have boundary values, y is equal to integral a to b fx dx. So over here, y is equal to slash integral, lower limit is a, upper limit is b. So underscore a and upper power is b fx dx. So this will lead to y is equal to a to b fx dx. Sometimes we need double integral, like z is equal to integral a to b integral c to d fx y dx dy. So for this one, we can write z is equal to slash integral a to b slash integral c to d fx y dx dy. So you can observe this particular thing. Now the integral with bounded limits. So integral a to b x square dx is equal to 1 by 3 x cube, bounded value a to b. Okay, so this one we are trying to write in latex. So over here, this is written like this: integral underscore a, lower limit is a, upper limit is b, so power is b, then x square is there, then dx, so math term b is there, and then x. Then here we have a fraction 1 by 3. So fraction 1 by 3 x cube. Then there is a for the entire thing you need a big line. So big slash is over here, and then underscore a and upper cap b. So that is how you write this particular equation. Then for sometimes we do not need the integral with limits, but we need double integral and triple integral. So like over here, z is equal to double integral fxy dx dy. So for this, you have to write like z is equal to int. Int is for single integral and int is for double integral. That will be z is equal to double integral fxy dx dy. So similarly for triple integral w is equal to triple integral fxyz dx dy dz. So for that one, here w is equal to triple integral fxyz dx dy dz. Okay. Sometimes also we need surface integrals. So for surface integrals, you can able to observe that w is equal to surface integral fx yz dx dy dz. So you can write it w is equal to slash o integral fx yz dx dy dz. So these are some of the things on which you have to write the mathematical benchmark equations that I have discussed with you. Some of the typical cases also we can able to discuss. One of the special cases, sometimes we need that a variable is equal to two different conditions, like 1 by something for if some conditions get true and otherwise 0 otherwise. So like that, this type of conditional equations sometimes we need. So how to write these particular cases of special conditional equations, that you can able to observe that here I have tried to write one of the example for this. So x is equal to underscore rx, then this left bracket. So this left bracket is we have started this left bracket, but on the right side there is no right bracket is there. Okay, so slash left bracket slash left, and this curly bracket starts, and to end this particular one, slash right and dot is there. Okay, so that completes the purpose of the bracket. If you don't include this slash right, then this will give you error. Okay. And here we are going to, again, inside this, we are going to make it into two columns. One side, this 1 by j and 0 is for one column. And in another column, we have written if, otherwise, if, and inside this some sentence, and otherwise inside some sentence. Why we have made it two column? To make uniform spacing between these two things. Okay. So over here, 1 by j is on the first part. So over here, I have created an array inside it, and there are two columns I have created, left columns. Okay. For the first column, I have written fraction 1 by j, and then followed by a gap. And if the some conditions is true. And for the other part, again, I have written 0 and the mbox /mbox is written that it will not be a equation type, but it will be a text type. So over here you can observe other part is other part portions are on equation type, whereas this if and this otherwise, they are not italic, but they are in text format. So that's why I have written them inside /mbox. So whenever you write inside the equation /mbox, that will give you direct text output, not the equation form output. So these are the things you can write the equations. Then you can able to do various plots inside the thing as well. There are many plots you can include. You can write the equations inside tables also. Many more things you can able to do with the LaTeX. So one of the example I want to, before I move to figure, I want to tell you one more example about the equations and the tables. So whenever we are drawing a table, so let's take a simple example. You observe that this is a very simple table I have written. The table title is letters and numbers. There are some letters are there and there are some numbers are there. So how to draw a simple table like this. So over here, this is the simple code for the table. So begin table, whether you want to put the table on the top of the page or at the bottom of the page or at right at the instant. So if you want to put it on the top of the page, T will be there. If you want bottom of the page, here B will be there. And at any particular instant you want to insert a table, then /H will be there. H means here. Okay, T means top and B for bottom. So accordingly, where you want to place your table. Then the table caption, that is letters and numbers, that is written. So this is the caption of the table. Then for in the table, you want to make it how many rows and how many columns. You can observe that we have made 4 columns, letters A, B, C. So 4 columns. So I have taken over here 4 things, and first one is left aligned, and the other 3 columns are center aligned. Okay, so first is letters is left aligned, and this A, B, C, these all are central aligned. So after that, for each line, I have for each line drawn on the horizontal manner, I have written /h line for it, and then followed by writing the tables, tables, that is letters A, B, and C. Each one is having a gap, and numbers A, B, C is having a gap. Then letters D, E, F is having a gap, and then thereby ended the table. So this is how you can draw a simple table using LaTeX. Then after that, I have told you so many equations inside the table. So let's have a look that here we are trying to do a comparison between by writing equations inside the table. So table 2, comparison between various transform. So discrete Fourier transform and fast Fourier transform. These two things we are going to compare. So the equation, comparison, equation and complexity on the first table. On the second table, discrete Fourier transform and its mathematical expression. Then the fast Fourier transform, its mathematical expression. So you can write the equations inside this table easily. So over here, I have made it 3 columns. One is for this comparison, one is for this discrete Fourier transform, and another one is for fast Fourier transform. So over here, the first column is left aligned, and the second and third column are centrally aligned. Okay. So the first one is LCC I have given. Okay, left part is left aligned, and these two are central aligned. So comparison, discrete Fourier transform and fast Fourier transform. And over here, I have written the equation. So this is within the dollar. I have written the expression for the discrete Fourier transform equation, and the fast Fourier transform equation is same. And for the computational complexity, the discrete Fourier transform is O(n) square, whereas this is O(n) log n. So those also I have written it within dollar. So O(n) square in $1, then followed by a gap O(n) log n. So that is written over here. So this is how you write equations inside a particular table. Now let's discuss about how to import various figures inside a particular latex. So you can import the figures, as sir has already mentioned, that always try to use a vector based figure so that the resolutions will not be there will be no resolution problem. So over here, I have used an expression of EPS based figures. So whenever you draw the things in MATLAB, there is an option to save it as EPS file. Like there are options for saving it as JPEG file. There is option to save it as PNG file. Similarly, there is an option to save it as EPS file also. So you can save them as EPS file and then import those things inside your latex. So just showing you an example. So this is my MATLAB platform. So inside the sir, it's my screen is visible of MATLAB.
Visible.
Okay. So here I am going to do a 3D surface plot, a bowl shape plot with MATLAB, and try to show you that how you can able to export this particular thing in your latex. So this is two variables I am varying, W1 and W2. So W1 is
Your latex screen is visible.
sir.
You're painting something else?
No, in MATLAB I am showing.
MATLAB screen is not visible.
It's not visible.
No.
Okay. So
Your latex screen is visible.
latex screen is visible. So let me share it again. Share my screen.
Yeah, now your MATLAB screen is visible.
So over here in this, I am trying to create a 3D surface plot using the MATLAB. Okay, two variables I am taking. W1 is varying from -50 to 50 with 1 unit variation. 1 it is varying. That means the loop will start from -50, then -49, -48. It will move up to 50. And another variable I have taken, W2 is equal to -50 is to 1 is to 50. And both of them I am trying to plot a bowl shape plot, that is 0.5 into W1 square plus W2 square, then W1, W2, and in multiplication of a cosine component, then multiplication of a sine component, and addition of some number. So this particular equation will create a 3D plot, and I am putting a mesh grid of W1 and W2, and on which I will create a 3D mesh plot. Okay. So mesh plot means it will not be solid in nature, but it will be a blank type of 3D plot. So let me run and show you the particular thing. So when you run this particular code, you can observe that this is the three-dimensional plot I have obtained. Okay. So this is the W1 is varying on the x-axis, W2 is varying on the y-axis, and this is the error performance surface, 3D plot surface. So you can use your MATLAB thing to do the analysis over here. That is, you can rotate this particular figure and from whichever side you want to observe this particular surface, you can able to visualize it perfectly. Okay. And this three-dimensional plot, you can import it to your LaTeX. Okay, so you can save this particular file as file save as. Over here you can observe that below there is, by default it is MATLAB figure, and over here you can observe that there is EPS file .EPS extension, there is JPG.JPG, and there are many other .TIF, many other formats are there. .PNG is also there. So among all these things, we have suppose used the .GPS format and try to save this as a GPS as a EPS file. Okay. So over here, suppose cost.eps or like that, any particular thing you can entitle, and then EPS extensor you have saved it. Then just have a look. Bowl3d.eps is the name with which I have stored this particular thing. And now I have imported this particular one by this particular command, that is begin figure and end figure, and inside its centering I have include /include graphics, scale is equal to 0.5, then bowl3d.eps. So this is 3D bowl plot I am trying to bring. So let me run this particular code and show you the 3D bowl plot. So I hope you can able to observe this 3D bowl plot inside the particular my LaTeX document. Okay, this is a small plot of 3D. So suppose I want this, Sir has already told before the beginning of this session that its quality will not degrade if you are using the vector graphics. So in order to show you that the quality is not degrading with the EPS thing, so let me increase the size of this particular image. That is, scale is equal to 0.5 I have taken initially over here. So let me take the scale is equal to 1. So obviously when the figure size will become more bigger, so it will not fit to one particular portion of this particular frame, because by default in this IEEE format, it is a double column format. IEEE transaction or IEEE conference, it will be a double column format. So let me bring this figure into a full page. So that full page you can do it by begin figure star and end figure star. So that will make out the figure into a full page. So let me run this particular code with scale is equal to 1. So you observe that now it has become a full scale image with bigger size of the bowl. So you observe the below one is 2 column, but the entire image has come into a full page. Let me show you it in 100%. So you can observe that the below one is 2 columns, but this figure has come in full page, and the figure size has increased, but its quality is not degrading. It is again on in the full scale. You can observe it is scale is equal to 1, this bigger figure size. If I am making it also 1.5 5, again its size will increase, but the figure quality will not degrade. So you observe now my figure is overshooting the page, but still its quality is as it is. Its quality is not degrading. It is not getting blurred over here. So this is about the three-dimensional plot over here. You can create various such type of plot in MATLAB and all other toolbox and generate your resultant output. Another three-dimensional plot I can show you by importing a data, three-dimensional data plot. So this is a iris flower data set, which is there. The entire data are there over here. You can observe. So this I am imported over here and try to make out the plot of the data with respect to the thing, and with the particular data has been plotted, the data is imported in this particular manner. You can able to observe here that the data I have plotted in MATLAB, and I have tried to brought this particular thing 3D data plot of iris flower. So in the 3 dimension, you can observe it is a scatter plot of all the points, all the data. So three dimension, one is petal length of the flower, another one is sepal length of the flower, and another one is sepal width of the flower. So this is the three-dimensional data of the iris flower that is imported over here with scale is equal to 0.6. So again, it is iris.eps with which I have saved the particular figure. And if you also increase or decrease the scale over here, your thing well, you observe I have degraded the scale, but still the quality remains as it is. And so this is one of the aspect with which you can do import all type of figures. Then there are multiple figures in the form of soft figures also you can able to import over here. You can observe that there are two images I have imported over here. In fact, three images. One is with a sine curve, then you can observe that there is a sinusoidal curve over here, and on the figure B there is a sine and cosine curve. Okay, and over figure 3 there is a image. Okay, it is my image, so I have taken it. So over here I have included all the three things with a caption: my pictures, my image 1, my image 2, and my image 3. Three sub figures inside one particular figure. So over here I have used begin figure and end figure, and inside that I have used slash sub figure for creating my image 1 is the subtitle of the first figure, my image 2 subtitle of the second figure, and my image 3 subtitle of the third figure. Okay, each one with different scale. I have taken something as scale 0.25 of sine, 0.25 for sine cosine, and 0.6 for the third image. So all the three images I have taken and done this particular plot, and this is the overall caption of the entire plot. So I believe with this particular application, like there are many more applications of figures and equations you can tables, you can draw and try to do more effective way of graphics in LaTeX so that you can make your article very, very interesting and presentable, your results in a perfect manner. So if there are some questions, I will happy to answer. I have tried my best to give you some demonstration of the examples. So with more practice, you can do more better way.
Hello, thank you. Dear participants, do you have any questions? Please raise your hand, or you can type your questions in chat box. People are not asking questions.
Okay.
So everyone understood clearly.
Sir, I have tried my best to give them examples in a simpler manner.
Yeah.
I am unable to see the chat box with
Yeah, but
the.
I'm able to see the chat box.
Okay,
But
okay,
no one have asked any questions till now.
okay.
So if there is no more questions, then I can conclude maybe answer. Very nice explanation of LaTeX, particularly mathematical equations and graphics, how to create graphics and how to do. It's very nice. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mansa Nandaji. So your name is Sai Jagannath Nandan.
Yes, yes.
It's very big name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, participants, for attending the things. Thank you, Nandaji and Ravi Kumar ji also. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. So
So
tomorrow we have
sir?
a day 8. I think so. Tomorrow we have a lecture by Professor Ashish Pandey. I think so. Hello.
Yes, sir. We have Ashish Pandey and Professor Ashish Pandey for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow for Ashish Pandey. And last time it was very nice. So probably tomorrow's talk also will be very nice. So let's see. Hope all the participants have enjoyed the workshop till today. And tomorrow we'll have again interesting talk. So Ashish Pandey last time it was very interactive and it was very interesting. Okay, thank you. So we'll close the session for today.
Yes,
and we'll
sir.
meet tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So I'll be ending the session from my end.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you all the participants for attending today's session. We will meet again tomorrow.